Europe. 5. They made another one. Put some time into sampling it back around release. Didn't archive any of that at the time. This time, for sure. You're in version 1.1.9. Which, by all current murmuring, seems to be the last main patch that will happen before they devote effort to the first DLC. Whatever that will be. There's a lot of back and forth with balancing, calibrating, fixing. Hopefully maybe a sliver of performance improving. In order to serve its ambitions. 5 is very CPU bottlenecked, more so than para games already are. And always hungry for more RAM. It is sure to stutter a bit while getting itself put together. It might still be in a state where it benefits from hourly restarts. Be determined in motion. Hourly, maybe bi-hourly. Crunch. The world, 1337, coming into view. Anyway, yes, another important fix that was done. Properly painting the glacier. As, while I have other candidates that I would like to do runs in, those can also happen over time, as the title continues to evolve. Forerunner of here being, getting in on that mound building life. Also, I think that's the new edition? I don't recall these folks being set up as a playable state on release. So good that some attention is being drip-fed out over the continent. It's sure to get a major rework at some point down the line once they start making mechanics. If they successfully deliver on making borderless states playable, well, non-states would be the part of how the jargon flows for that, but a people who do not occupy a fixed land, but instead span much of it. They exist as mechanical concepts. This land is not empty. Just that none of the people living there at game start have a playable country tag with fixed borders. They can be diplomed with and traded with and such. Anyway, the plan remains to observe the thing called Europe from a safe distance across many oceans. Here in the very good, comfortable, and pleasant Greenland. You'll love it. Bring your family here. Plan a one-way trip you'll never want to leave. 620 Icelanders. And vast expanses of rocks, moss, walrus, occasional moose. The lad is very excited. Sir? Sir, you're gonna have to dial it back a bit. Can't have you pointing at my scalp. Must first distract the lad. What business can be conducted? He is the tiny fuzzy comet that will cost you his stability. So, to review for anyone who is encountering this for the first time, through this live or on-demand video, so kind of the pitch here is that Europa 5 has incorporated light versions of the signature mechanics of Crusader Kings and Victoria. You have a bit more of a character system, where these characters can fill offices in your government. They age, they marry, they produce new characters, they die off. They have relevant culture and religious and political affiliations. Can modify how they will behave as part of your government. This clever child, little Ingeborg. I have this clever child. He is all psyched up. The daylight has been saved and is now pointed directly at him and at me. It's become a very active hour for the lad. Scarf for you, sir? Sturdy wool scarf to endure the winter. The experience with earlier patches of the Greenland. For a while, this little lad was but a tiny being. In his own way, a creature of the fjords. Okay, he was chosen snack. Very well. Anyway, with that first of many interruptions aside, The star of the show, as always. The economy. Taking the many, many goods, which were already an element of how previous Europas worked, and giving them a full market system that they are traded in. Wherein provinces will group together into market zones, pooling their resources into that market, of making that available to the countries operating in those zones. And the power of merchants is to then look at one market, look at another market, see a price mismatch, and be like, yes, this is where the money's made. To writ, economic foundations of the Greenland. We have rocks. We have fish. Some sheep can survive here. Deer are sighted on occasion. Most importantly, we have the walrus and the narwhal. Both wall animals are here. We have teeth. Mountains of teeth. Teeth enough to sustain this land. Between the fish and the wool and the wild game, there is a local food supply. Capable of sustaining probably still anachronistically high, like implausibly high populations eventually on this land. And for cash generation, we have one luxury export. And for practical industry, we have rocks. Some useful things can be made of rocks. Using our population. The main problem, the main pain point facing the Greenland, we have no one. No one lives here. Need to trick more people into crossing 2 oceans. To where the land is green. We assure you. You arrive and are dissatisfied with the greenness of the land, you can turn around and walk back into the sea. No one will stop you. Some will envy you. And we'll facilitate that over here, where our government system, building on the estates mechanic that was present in Euro 4, and incorporating some lessons of the interest groups from Victoria 3. We have our series of social classes. These are not all of the ones that exist. More of them can appear. It is said in distant lands that there is something called the Burg, where dwell the Burgermen. Strange and fanciful concept, but if burgers were real, surely they'd have some kind of recognized legal status. For our purposes, there is peasants, priests, nobles, and the boss. And into each of these classes, you can pile up various laws that can provide you with features and modifiers in exchange for increasing the political influence of that faction. Ideally, over time, you want to gradually erode the power of mostly the nobles in order to strengthen the crown. That is a battle. Anyway, as Greenland, our gimmick, our hook, mechanically for a build, we have the sagas, we have the stories of how ages ago Leif Erikson went one more step over, and then had regrets, and turned back around. We know there's a land over there, and people who live in it. We don't like to talk about it. No one remembers how to get back there. But if you could scrape together the relevant resources, maybe you could be there. Dozens or even hundreds of years before anyone back in the oldest of old countries tries to find new land. And as part of that, the most important feature is this second one here. We get a unique diplomatic action where we can go to any country we share a culture group with and invite people to come on out and try out the greenness of the land. This will mostly be Norway, because we can leverage a lot of favors out of Norway, unless they've, like, changed the exact balance of how those work. But we can also hit up Sweden, Denmark, and some lords, some of the small lords in Britain are still partially Norse culture. But for as long as those states are around, we can also work with them. What are the Isles? Yes, we're eligible. Would be Lord of the Isles and Isle of Man. So, right, if they are subjects, then I need to talk to their liege to get favors. But I can still then do the invitation from the subordinate. Isle of Man, are you independent right now? This land you got here, pretty green, but you know, I've seen greener. Have you considered an exciting new life? Other side of the world. Yeah, we gotta wait for more pigeons to be scrounged up out of the cracks in the rocks before we can send more messages. So, other initial moves here before first unpause. Could queue up some research. The institution system from Euro 4 is iterated on here, with the timeline also chopped up into discrete ages. Ace out when these things will try to emerge, and they aren't hard locked to Europe as much as they were in 4. My other main sample run from earlier had printing press spawn in the Philippines and not make it out to the West for, like, at least a century. So, inside each age you have a tech tree where many of the roots are the institutions themselves that you must adopt, after which you then get a big wall of things you can research. A couple of the early ages have some texts that don't require any institutions. And as an initial hook here at the start of the game, meritocracy here is present in China, and China's sphere of influence. So there's a bunch of features over here. Helpful modifiers that will be present out east first, before ever making their way towards us. Old man is very diligently exploring the bathroom sink. Oh, let's scrounge through here for things that are actually relevant to us on the island. Construction speed kinda helps. Food purchase cost definitely helps. Institution growth won't be relevant for a while. So That. Devotion to Maria for the free stability. Pilgrimage alongside that. I'm able to very reliably print saints because I have nothing else to spend religious influence on. Diplomacy. You have very little use for armies out here on the island. And the runs I have seen of successfully making Greenland pop off. Step 1 is to become not a vassal of Norway, and that involves a little bit of very precise military cheese, but such tactics are also then vulnerable to being obsoleted when patches drop. So, cabinet ministers. 3 whole guys who could hold office. 1 mediocre administrator. 1 pretty good diplomat and fighter. Yeah, so let's get Olafur and let's get spinning. They are both nobles, so that does slightly embolden the chiefs, the local big men. As will happen. Little man, do you have any comments to offer for the process? No? Going about your business, sir? Very good. Oh. That migration speed modifier, that's internal. Guy has chosen to send to the desk. Hello, sir. Hello. Are you here to be at peace, or are you here to chomp? Is this a challenge? Do you rebel, sir? Are you confused that I'm not wearing a hooded sweater right now? Always interested in poking at the king. Anyway, yeah, that migration modifier there is all internal. Though that becomes a useful tool for some things later. For now, that is not relevant to us. I want my admin guy to struggle to develop Garther here. And I need to put any pressure on the societal value. Also to organically gesture around the mechanics rather than needing a ground tour. Sliders are back! And that these ones are no longer sliders, but you have a series of spectra with modifiers that describe your society that you can apply pressure to over time. We are decentralized, traditional, plutocratic, freedom-oriented, slightly belligerent, slightly aggressive, very naval, very traditional, slightly communal. And there are more of these than are present here. More of them appear as they become contextually relevant to your country. No, we don't need to attract anyone, don't need to expel anyone. Try to improve control rating? Our stability is good, or our legitimacy is quite good. Stability is important. Stability is used to pay for many things. broken out into a plus or minus 100-point scale rather than the 1, 2, 3 of Eld. Recurring favors, doing scraps of development. Coins cannot be minted at this time. We have nothing to mint them out of. You can't just try to etch the king's face into a rock and say it's coins. No one believes that. Automate all my tax rates. No army or navy to maintain. Absolutely buy food when it is needed. Neutral cost of court. Alright, so trade window currently entirely automated, so that will start trying to make value trades, mostly exporting ivory. Sometimes importing small amounts of niche luxury goods. For the most part, just generating currency will be important. Phase 1 of Greenland is just kind of sitting there, enduring. Eventually there is an opportunity to start breaking out and developing. But for quite a while it is just sit there, and if you have survived the winter, again, that's a victory. That's a point on the victory track. Further than complicating any of the hypothetical importing we could do to further enrich our economy. The sheer distance that we are from all of the other markets means that these trades would be very inefficient. We can kind of trade effectively with Iceland and with Norway. Most other destinations, it really starts to bite down. But if some kind of other closer market existed, just across the one stretch of cold water, there were a place full of trees. There are no trees here. There is. Oh, yeah, let time begin to slide. There is a tiny amount of some basic resources that are just assumed to always be available. Generated directly by populace. There's always a little bit of... tiny bit of rock. Tiny bit of clay. Tiny bit of sand and a tiny bit of wood. So all such wood is then immediately being consumed for various wood reasons. Occasionally someone finds a stick or a bush, immediately pries it out of the rocks, shoves the entire thing in their mouth. So, the shape of the initial problem is we have here typical province like Garth, where most of our population is laborers, and you can kind of see at a glance it's much fewer laborers than the mechanics expect to exist. Little man at the windowsill, enjoying the sun. Good plan, sir. You keep that up. Have yourself a good day. And any new arrivals we manage to bring in will arrive as peasants, who as a baseline, when they have nothing else to do, generate a tiny amount of food. Just kind of enough to almost subsist for themselves. Once I have at least 500 peasants in a pile, they'll be able to start promoting into other jobs, and then new arrivals will start filling up the RGO with laborers. Then after that point, if we have at least 1,000 peasants built up in one place, they'll be willing to start migrating to other provinces in order to take up work there. So there's a very sizable pit that must be dug out of. And of course, because we have no luxuries, we have no anything, the nobles are often furious. Just fuming, seething. Little man has had enough of peace and is now attempting to hassle the blinds. Just a little bit. One of his own beloved traditions. Attacking various components of the house. So, actually, to serve our purposes, the tiny bit of funding I can scrape together might be best used on diplomacy, so we can get more pigeons out there. We gotta market this island as a place people should want to be. Especially since most of these costs are also proportionate to your tax base, so the raw number of coin needed to buy a pigeon out here isn't very high. Yeah, there we go. I can kind of max out diplomatic spending without much overhead built into that. Okay, our merchants are buying salt. Not a bad plan. Salt's useful. Further complication, most of the other big trading countries don't know we exist right now. So until they have maps of their own that extend out here, no one else is going to show up and try to sell their stuff in our market. Yeah, our starting ruler here, Magnus 4, is not great. All these stats are on a scale of 100. He's not great. He could be better. And until I have enough bodies to start getting any buildings operational, there's not much reason for me to create working buildings. The UI for this has been gradually improving. And then we have local efficiency ratings, projected revenue and profit on the tooltip. The villages here, useful to me eventually for their secondary stats. You need a pen, sir. Would you like to write a missive to the crown? The 100 Years' War has begun. Okay, favors are starting to pile in. Working with Norway and working with Man. Lord of the Isles. Whom I cannot curry the favors because you are subject of Valio. Here. No, I would seek favor from you. Eventually, most of my invitation will be getting people from Iceland using favors owed by Crown of Norway. Yes, sir, you knocked the can over. Now you have access to all the pens. Do you need any pens? Do you need all the pens? As a swordsman, he is very concerned about paperwork. Always looking for little scraps of paper to chase around the house. Fishing villages will have no direct value because they'd be competing with my fish RGOs. But subsidized fishing villages just to create those little scraps of trade and harbor capacity. Those are useful. In my country made entirely of coastline. Till then. Gravel roads, not yet because I don't have the materials. Right, one of the first things that really starts to set things in motion economically from my previous run. Yeah, I can now upgrade hunting grounds using wood. You know, that wood that we definitely have sitting around somewhere. But I used to, in one of our stone producing areas, at least near one of our stone producing areas, go ahead and set up a masonry shop. As a productive building that doesn't have any trade good cost to construct it, and then lets me produce one of the basic building materials from our local abundance of rocks. Oh my. Home of the wise. Steal 15 research points from his brain, or have a guy who will hopefully be of use. Nobles as a class are supposedly at equilibrium. Like individual noble pops are fuzzy. Trying to take their regrets at having come to this land. Well, what do you mean ask for money action? Could be used, except can't be used, because we don't have 25 favors from anyone. Oh, room to add a government reform. Hold on, right, that's also important. Get this started. Of which, harbor administration is the standout one to go for here. Get naval pressure, get improved proximity from ports, and get improved development growth. It'll take time to phase into existence, and then once it is fully crystallized, it'll be good to go, since now. Because we have all the time in the world to sit about discussing as the years rage on. Oh, got another pigeon to launch. Talking to Isles, talking to Man, talking to Norway. Talk to Sweden. I could have my guy try to slow down the progress of the rebels. Delay the problem, hopefully until some other number falls into place to fix things. That's one of the other signature mechanics that they've come up with here that is pretty good. My overall assessment of the game on launch was strong bones. Strong bones waiting for meat and tendons. This is one of those bones. We have the proximity system. Oh, okay, that's control, the secondary thing that is governed by proximity. But the proximity system, your capital, is where you are. So you have 100% proximity and market access and control. You get all of the value of the tax base here. You get full influence on everything that happens. Then every other province in your realm traces a path back to the capital. And how far away they are from you limits how much power you can exert there. And then various things can be invested in to fight against that. If we improved our ports and had some kind of regular boat patrol, then all this overseas proximity tracing would get closer. If we were to invest thousands of ducats into carving a gravel road through the fjord, that would mean shorter overland proximity. You can make like buildings that generate a small local control point that things can trace to, and the like. And then the control number plays into everything, everywhere. One of the big ones that apparently was bugged on release and has since been fixed was the intent. What part of the intent of the mechanic was, alright, you get control percent of the tax base available to the state. And on release, the rest of that just kind of vanished into the ether. It is now the case that the rest of the tax base gets scooped up by the estates by default. So there's still value in building up these provinces that you have little control over out in the hinterland, if you have a firm grip on your estates. Because they can use their wealth that they're accumulating to build stuff. And if they're not mad at you, they might even build things that are of use to you. If they are mad at you, they'll just go around building toll booths. Good day, little man. Powerful warrior, defeating the Jar of Pens. He is mightier than pens, and thus mightier than swords. Now he guards the Jar of Bits. Yeah, before the change, all the rest of the value was being given out as offerings to the hidden people. The funny little men inside the stones. Hello, sir. Approach and relax. Very good, sir. Grumbly little man. We have a ship's cat. We might afford a ship sometime in the next 200 years. Okay, got another pigeon available, so we can start talking to Denmark. And let's see here, is there an appropriate filter in the diplomacy list? not there. Maybe over in the culture zone? No, this is just where we manage our art. Currently, there is no Icelandic art. At least none of it kept out here where we are. No art. Too cold for art. Culture map might get me what I'm looking for. Primary culture. Group. Scandinavian culture group. Currently spam. Plus. Alright, hold on, it's coming back to me. This has the power of infinitely nested tooltips. It could be like Icelandic. Icelandic is a Scandinavian culture. Scandinavian is composed of Norse Gael, Finnish, Swedish, Gutnish, Danish, Norwegian, Icelandic, and Norn. Orkney, who are a fellow subject of Norway, and so that's not relevant to us. I'd be inviting Icelanders with all my Norwegian favors. Yeah, Norwegian is just the way itself. Big one. Another of the steps. That have been present in successful big Greenland campaigns is to early on push to culture flip to Norse Gael. Because then you are both Norse and Celtic and British and Scottish. And so all of that becomes available as viable targets for invitations. Yeah, so Lord of the Isles, Kingdom of Man are the two Norse Gael countries. There is no independent Finnish country. Sweden is just Sweden. These are the people of Gotland, who are currently Swedish subjects. Denmark and Scania, where Scania is a subject of Sweden. Yes. So, with those 5 piles of favors building up, all my bases are covered. Little man is relocated. It's had a very busy and officious day. Big plans for little mans. And go speed 4. How smooth will that be able to remain? Nearly an hour into the session. Here at the 50-minute mark, core temperature is adequate. Yeah, there's definite performance improvement over how things were at launch. Sitting at about 70% CPU usage. 9.8 gigs of RAM. It is winter. So, the The food market, another big part of the puzzle here. That various RGOs generate food as a byproduct of their existence. And generally they're most productive during the warm, and not so productive during the cold. And so you have a seasonal cycle of expense versus plenty. Orkney still has the Grand Palace that constantly destroys them. Cathedral. No, so that palace was created in that one run by some kind of event and then never demolished, no matter how often it dragged them into bankruptcy. Alright, it's looking like April of 38. When we'll be able to invite our first settlers? Yes. Now, go. So, the invitation costs 5 favors. While it is active, they will send 10 people a month to the target province, who will then distribute themselves about. Which, the internal jargon here, this collection of places, what in Victoria you would call a state, is a province. And then the individual chunks of it are called locations. So, the migration invitation targets a province. The resulting people will spread themselves across the location. That lasts for 2 years, and then after it expires, we can initiate another one. Thus, beginning the slow, terrible process of building up the tax base. Go ahead and instantiate, quantify. Part of the change of tactics I would administer once this is in motion will be more aggressively placing settlements. So this being a structure for locations that are at a very small percentage of their possible population capacity. But then, for as long as you have it active, it boosts local growth. And we are able to provide most of the inputs to run these off of our local system. Need to get a mason shop set up. Yeah, step 1, get somebody to start cutting the rocks. Start arranging the rocks into more stackable forms. Step 2, start building settlements as the slow burn investment that will get our population built up faster and get it built up in specific spots where they will be high impact. Like the capital to get that ivory money, and then in food producing locations. Provide subsistence. Yeah, we need to compose a proper list of which saints we need to bless the rocks to make it safe to stack them for human purposes. If you're out in the wild and you see some rocks already in a pile, back away slowly. Take off your shirt, put it on in reverse. You need to separate the fairy stones from the regular stones. And once we have a strong core population going on, the other projects become to successfully reach out and claim the other currently open sections of the fjords. Off camera, and I suppose given the size of the map, perhaps likely to remain out of bounds for the lifespan of Europa 5? Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe they'll make the map slightly taller at some point. They've done more drastic things to other games. But anyway, at around this time, there is a similar size, maybe slightly larger population of the Thule people living on the north coast of Greenland, who will eventually make their way south at around the time that, historically, Norway abandons their colony in Greenland. It does not attempt to make any further contact with the island for hundreds of years. Favors with Norway, I want to apply in Iceland. Tag Iceland being a place of interest. Let's tag man. Tag Isles. I want to know as soon as possible when either of those countries gets absorbed. Prioritize trading favors and extracting people from the countries that are most vulnerable to being overrun. That way I'll still have the diplomatic capacity to interact with the more durable states. End up with more people overall. Put a number on the state of things. Our peasant count in most of our provinces, single digit per location. Non-existent. With 6 locations in Garth and the surrounding outer Garths. The Garths and the hills and the fjords. We need to gain about 3,000 people to be sure that we have that foundation. Which at 120 people a year, it's a big project, but not an impossible project, a mere generational timescale. And part of the fun that will unfold here is, so these nobles are eventually going to boil over and throw a riot. At this time, our country, when it is unified, can generate a whole 4 warriors if we call the draft. There are a whole 4 young men ready to pick up a spear and throw down in an open field. You need a minimum of 10 lads in order to occupy an empty, unfortified province. So if the nobles rise up, taking control of the territories that they do, they will then be sitting there, unable to try and press any claims on other land. And we won't be able to press back against them either. So the rebellion can only end if and when the King of Norway decides to put an expedition together, likely containing more soldiers than we have people, to put down the revolt. And all the while, people will continue to pile into the land. So we get to just sit back and watch the sports. 100 years of war, they say. First of the big event wars. At least in this part of the campaign. There's probably more events elsewhere in the world. And more will be added over the life cycle of the game. Situation. Framework for having big events happen. Somewhere in here is... yes. The breakdown of the objective list. If the Reformation arrives and the 100 Years' War has not yet been resolved, it will stop. If France or England are destroyed, war will stop. Otherwise, both countries have a set of target locations they are trying to take over. They can successfully push the line enough in their favor. They will get the fancy hat, or the trophy, or whatever it is they're fighting over there. How are the merchants doing? Auto trade was a bit finicky. Okay, they're still doing salt. Okay, salt and beer. Beer might placate the nobles just a little. No profitable way to import horses. Horse import is just bad business. Try to bring in more kinds of food. Get a little bit of bees, a little bit of beef. Bring in spices. In Aprils of even-numbered years, when we send out a fresh invitation. Keep going until we cap out the favors in whichever of our invite partners, and then move on to the next one. Maybe the Carls are upset that they can't afford horses. They want to bring a horse out here, even though it's going to immediately fall over and die. It'll lean down, attempting to lick the moss off of a rock, and its face will freeze directly to the ground. Satisfaction from lack of various things. No wine, No charcoal. No bees, no grain, no furniture. There are no chairs on this island. No beds. Only rocks. If you want a chair to sit on, you have to build one out of teeth. Where to alleviate some of those. That would remove the problem of their rising unrest. And estate satisfaction translates pretty directly into a taxability. The auto tax here will try to charge as much as it can while keeping them at least 50% overall satisfaction. There is a 6th notch on the game speed dial. 7th notch. What a time to be alive. There's larger than 5? That what they need all those extra processor cycles for? Who am I no longer currying favor? Oh, Denmark. Okay, I've charged up a full supply of favors with Norway. Temporary 10% overall noble satisfaction. Might stabilize some of the insurgents. Or it might not. Only structure in existence is this parish church. Representing the seat of the official Bishop of Greenland. Crackdown ended. Yes. Satisfaction diffused the rebellion. They'll have to start fresh. So, back on stability. And meanwhile, the rest of our government structure here, so the nobles have land rights. Let the nobles spend to expand our geos. Port license. Provides us with port limit. Also gives them power but doesn't make them happy. So that would be one that I could strip away from them. Still with great difficulty, because all law changes happen with great difficulty. That would be comparatively easy. And royal marriage rights. Our clergy, religious literacy, forced unity. Commoners have hunting permits. Improve our game output. And communal land. Weakens the nobles. It'd be nice if I could get away with adding more peasant rights. Keeping up the peasants is generally useful to me. Allow commoners to expand our geo. Allow peasants to migrate. Commoners in parliament. Found 3 whole coin in a smuggler's vault. Such riches. Stronger commoners' rights would actively infuriate them. Could stress them a little, though. Or I could stress them a lot, and then use their absence during a rebellion. Push forward even more legislation. Getting ready on the button. Yeah, we don't have the population and tax base to act on that potential for investment. It won't for a while. But eventually... give them reduced peasants. Supports freedom. Not like we have levies anyway. Yeah, interesting that France is able to get units across the channel. Maybe they'll achieve something with it. Carry on at least treading water. Oh, convene the thing. Someone has thought of a thing. Gather the council. Parliament, being a mechanic from EU4 DLC that has been incorporated into the core game. So a lot of the exact parameters are controlled by your laws. For us right now, it's every 5 years you can call the council. You choose a thing you want to argue about that has benefits for succeeding penalties for failing, and an effect while it is active. At 0.5 population growth. There's someone out there who has not been accounted for. Get base support for the bill is coming from an estate that is already happy with you and powerful. Otherwise, you need to scrounge together the support by pulling levers. Someday, Rhodes. Someday, the whole thing will discuss gravel. Let's attempt the census. Is likely to the conclusion is likely to fail, but the benefit while the census is going on, that's important. So the nobles would like us to insult the county of Wittgenstein. Sure. Also want us to push a little bit away from freedom. And of course we can let some time pass since there's also random events that happen during the process. Or spirituality, which would greatly tank noble opinion to do anything for the clergy. What are the Isles? Who are you at war with? Scotland. I want to invite from Lord of the Isles next. Just in case this whole Scottish Civil War thing goes poorly for them. Keep the people flowing in. And in many of our provinces, the local endemic growth rate is around 1.5%. And that's per year as a rating. Jumbling the numbers there. Once we can get 810 people in a single location, that will add up to a person per month of local growth. Important breakpoint. We'll get all the other relevant crowns pinned on the outlier. in order to know who we're good for. Now that we're pretty caught up, that we have our initial web of connections, I can scale back spending on pigeons. Yeah, to like 2 pigeons a year. 2 and change. Save a few precious pennies to be stored in the vault. I can afford that hit on both fronts. My freedom equilibrium point is going to stay pretty far. And now they want it again, but they don't have any real support to offer. Build upon that. Another 11% from somewhere. Like the clergy. Job. No prestige to our name, and that's going to remain the case for quite a while. Do peasants at least contribute to tax base? Maybe. Might provide a little bit from their subsistence work. They generate the food, and the food has monetary value when it's being sold. So be it. The attempt to count the people is met with failure. On investigation, many of the alleged people counted were in fact people-shaped piles of rocks of unknown origin. Debate rages on as to where these stacks could have come from. While over in the realms of Trade Window. Or more easily accessed from the goods window. Hey, silver. Is there anywhere in the world I could successfully buy silver from? Not really. And now there's a pox. Look, you tried to count the people, and this is what you get for it. Yeah, other alleged counted persons turned out to be Walrus that had stolen a hat, and Narwhal that had stolen the same hat from that walrus later in the same day. Debate now rages as to whether mermaids should be considered subjects of the crown. Disease Mechanics, another star of the show here. Go alongside Pop Mechanics. As your country is so acutely and heavily driven by population and its growth and movement. War and famine and disease have big, lasting impacts. Noble satisfaction in exchange for Navy tradition? Sure. then turn around, convert that noble satisfaction into scraping together another boon for the peasants. Slightly anger the nobles, but I can tank them being upset for a while. They will trend back to equilibrium eventually. Partial yield, labor on Sunday, and means of production are the ones I would consider off the table for impacting people's productivity. Freedom of motion is a big one, though. Franchisement, the hypothetical ability to invest. And of course, allowing people to migrate within the country in order to distribute folks more effectively across the fjords. You want to prevent people from traveling to other parts of the land? Are you going to go out there and build a fence to stop them? You better stack those rocks yourself. I'm not doing it. Yeah, that would be the impact of the plague. Got pox and we got measles. Terrible. Each year, if there is no other business, we send a letter to the king asking if a walrus can be made a knight. And another letter to the pope asking if a walrus can be made a saint. Neither has responded. So next year, another letter will be sent. Devastation. Get, you on cleanup. Good enough. So cleanup is a diplomacy task, not an admin task. Yeah, you'll be fine at that. The devastation isn't physical. There are no buildings to be toppled by this. It's emotional devastation. Everyone's really distraught about the folks we lost to the fox. More distraught than usual over the baseline misery. Somewhere out there is a single person with typhus? Are these three separate people with one disease each, or do we have illness Georg? The one man on the island onto whom we've loaded every curse. Okay, importing liquor, but why are there no commercial stats on it? Is that trade failing to happen right now? Cloth. Bringing in beer. Auto trade is a strange beast. The recovery effort is complete. Navigated the turmoil. Some degree of acceptance. Back to ability. Or back to legitimacy right now, I think would have the larger impact. Legitimacy drift right now, whereas we do have some stability up. Yeah, there we go. The liquor trade is active now. A little bit at a time, the merchants are managing to find this and that. Haul it back over in whatever vessel is able to survive the journey. We don't need favors with Iceland because they use Norway's favor. Likewise with Isles because they have their liege on here. Okay, good. Yeah. Odd numbered year, we're fine. The invitations are still flowing. Whole 60 peasants out there. Around the Garth. Well, they're in the middle of the Garth. And after an hour and a half, RAM usage has crept up to 10 gigs. Process usage has not escalated. Things are going pretty good. If we could get everyone to stand in the same place, we could run one RGO now. So phase 1 is getting enough people to start populating our RGO. At which point, the cash generating part of the economy kind of starts to be alive. And there's some division of attention between getting some rural buildings set up, starting to get gravel roads spread out, and then starting to claim any additional land. Egg Island over here. Called Egg Island because they didn't see the connection. The rest of the landmass did not want to change the name after finding it. That's the bit that's relatively easily grabbed. Since if we invite people to settle in the South Province, some of them will arrive here. We could use that, claim the space, without having to engage in the normal workflow of getting colonial population to move around. And there is the ordeal of trying to access the middle settlement and the far settlement. Somewhere amidst all of that, a good opportunity strikes, getting the resources together to establish a proper town. That is a sizable game changer. We could find one of these Bergmen and plant them. You can get a burger to say their name backwards, then you can capture them in a gourd. It will owe you 3 wishes. Fine mug, the midday brew. Someone managed to get warm enough to have heretical opinions. Wild. See how long that lasts. Treasury hasn't received any gut punches yet. Prince is born. Little burger, baby. Proper heir to the realm. May he grow to some sort of Burger King. Alright, now here we arrive at the start of each age, you get to choose a collection of bonus text that will be added to the tree. Though our ability to access those texts will be reliant on actually getting any Renaissance ideas to make their way out here, which will... Not a particularly urgent thing. I think admin wins out for us here. Maybe diplomats, archers, EB creation, market attraction. Maritime trade advantage. The ability to do piracy. Relation. Tribute. Tribute. Score. Military things like tolerating heresy. Battle prestige. Addition. A good horse. You shouldn't just take every horse. Gotta sort the horses. Lone interest would be powerful. Pirates, though. Maybe pirates are the key. Diplo focus it will be this time. Olaf. Olaf isn't particularly powerful. Part of the nobles. Only cost prestige. Guys, get out of here. Do we have another admin guy by now? It'll cost a whole 20 cents to hire a replacement. Omar. From the clergy. Yeah. Yeah, Omar the well-connected. Carry on with the development. Technology of the current era. We can create an even more greebly Holy Roman Empire. Okay, and our treasury balance is managing to stay positive during more of the winter. That's a good sign. It will be so long before a manpower or a sailor are a thing that ever appears on our bar. Of which you need hundreds in order to attempt an exploration. I'll go with the Isles again. Slowly, surely. Bite by bite. Population will grow. Thousands of peasants in every village. What news from the merchants? Importing beer, importing liquor. Understandable. Popular requests. One and all. On the silver markets again. It's would only need to bring in a tiny fraction of a point of silver to be able to mint coins. Greatly improve our monthly balance. Versus our current currency situation, which is made of teeth and lower denominations of seashells and nicer than usual rocks. The good rocks can be coins, not the bad rocks. I've managed to give the peasants the right to migrate. All of my invitations can be directed into Garth. Into Gardery. And then organically, people will flow out of there into the surrounding lands as opportunities avail. Once again, ability to review time and again, year by year, for generation. First, fill up the RGOs. That is where we can get the most direct, tangible conversion of people into tax base to leverage for other things. And after the RGOs are full, that is when there will be a labor pool available to start channeling into other structures. See illustrated easily enough here on the building planner. Expected yield of an extra point of teeth. 68 cents. Versus expected yield of the best possible building. Which is lying in its own way, because we don't have a real wood supply to feed into a charcoal burner, but 6 cents. The real option of making cloth out of the wool we have. 4 cents. Or other real option of polishing some of our rocks into jewelry at a market village. 2 cents. Teeth are the future. Teeth, wool, rocks, fish, and deer. Okay, we get to hear about what's going on at the Vatican. Even though we don't have any say in what's going on at the Vatican. For now. Favors. Balion. And yeah, a way that the mechanics have been succeeding is that here in the early game, where it is very difficult to project power very far from your capital, You have an active mechanical incentive to break up your realm into a bunch of vassal states and delegate power to them. And then only gradually start to drag those back into your direct control once you have the ability to pilot them. One of the main ways institutions are going to reach us is whenever Norway manages to adopt something, ideas will then propagate from their capital to ours. Another fun piece of the mechanical framework that we should get to leverage when the time comes. So the actual cash purchase price of a building gets modified by the current exchange rate for any of the materials that go into making it. Like this has, I think, yeah, there we go. There's the breakdown. Base cost of 50. Slightly increased by our crude economy. Slightly reduced by admin and local development. And there would be no further modifiers for the masonry since it isn't made of a substance. But, for example, here, our cloth maker, which does require masonry, so currently can't be built at all because we have no masonry. If masonry existed and were very cheap, then purchase cost of the building would be reduced accordingly. Currently no impact there. New guy. Goodman. All this time we've been working with Badmond? Could have been hiring Goodman? Gotta arrange some kind of job for you. So many numbers. Unsuited for military command. Viable. Usable. Good all-around stat line. One of my other offices happens to open up. He goes in there. Other uses of Parliament. You can build up support for a bill and exchange it to other generic things unrelated to the subject of the current debate. You also have a law slot to decide which estates by default are involved in your Parliament and if it exists at all. The weather was briefly here. The weather, which for our purposes is strictly beneficial. Good news from the Vatican. The day has gratified the Rex. Good for them. We're very proud of whatever you just accomplished. Right, over here. For 10 stability, I can change the rules for how workers are distributed. Which it'll be a while before this matters, but get out ahead of it while there's nothing particularly dangerous going on. Infrastructure, then profit. And stability. Miner. Send him away to get in. Or keep him around. Yeah, you can go. Our employment policy of teeth. Less talk, more teeth. Time is teeth. Teeth is money. Each of these, in addition to being the order that they are, also has value pressure that they apply to your society. That will help keep up our communal value. Also, do the slightest bit to start eroding our entrenched economic traditions. Eventually open a path to new ideas. Yeah, while we start plutocratic, we have big aristocracy pressure. Can probably only be countered if we had any actual burg. Yeah, if our nobles are so desperate for a mount, why don't you go out on the ice and figure out how to ride the moose? Or, if you're a real big man, go ride the whale? If we didn't have to chase the whale across the ocean, that would be nice. Sure, everybody back on the old country has horses, but what if you had a unicorn? There's got to be one up there on the ice somewhere. Oslo does have a silver market. Oslo has silver production. Trades. Take back 0.1 trade capacity from the auto trader. Use that, sign someone, go to the capital, and look for spare change. can find another 30 coin somewhere. That'll be that masonry someday. Get that research data. Also, while it is not the case from the start of the game, previous runs showed a strong tendency for big personal unions to form. Though that is something that's probably also been subjected to a lot of adjustment over the patch cycle. Previous Greenland run existed as part of the realm of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, England. The combined quad crown of the North Sea. Yeah, word from beyond. Someone back on the mainland has had the idea of building a house for coins? The money lives in the house? Instead of giving you coins, they'll give you a little letter that says you are owed coins? Okay. Silver's arriving. We take a slight loss on bringing it over. But that should now enable minting to happen at all. We're acutely in the negative for doing that for now. When the rest of the economy catches up, it will be coin. We could also find a single scrap of gold. Mythical metal said to exist somewhere in the world. In London, but it's all imported. In Dublin, all imported. This is good. This little bit of extra information wasn't there. Good harvest. We found the good rocks. The moss, so thick, so green. Truly blessed. A little extra bit immediately visible of the breakdown of material here. None of the markets we have access to produce gold from the ground. All their gold is imported. Till we grow more trade range, gold will be beyond our reach. RAM usage now up to 11 gigs. Process usage staying steady. 2 hours in, the menus are only starting to get a little sluggish. Definite, vague, overall improvement. Yeah, there won't be any creating of noble buildings for a very long time. Likewise, clergy buildings don't have a place on the island. What, did my silver route get cancelled? Burgers, there is no such thing. Some laborer buildings will have a role. Soldiers, what even are those? Who can say? Not us. Imagine having so many people that you could spare 200 of them to just always stand around in armor, waving sticks at people. Farcical. Tribesmen and slaves, the other two mainline population types. We have none of either. Mostly peasant-driven operation. Okay, now the silver line is still holding up, which is the rest. The auto trade continuing to waggle about in search of good deals. It is an even-numbered year. Race for invitation. Of fresh favors. Belial. We'll be able to invite from the Isles once more. Under some food stress during the winters. Now that there's been some years for the world markets to kind of get their initial run in, try devoting a little bit material to some food imports. Or I can just keep letting the auto trader do its thing. When so many of our possible local demands are for less than 1,000th of a unit of stuff each month. Carrying on. We're getting much of the way there. Because it is such a small trickle of migration. I have no prestige to spend on toleration. If it became available, I would build up a list of tolerated cultures, though. We have capacity for it. They assimilate in pretty smoothly. Little man approaching. Good afternoon, sir. Taking his position. He accepts invitation. He needs no invitation. He has right of travel.
Beep.
Fine, beep. Yes, population development is going well on schedule here. Invitation started early. Invitation chain has not been dropped yet. We have a sizable reservoir. Our 1,400 people. Thousand of them are in Garth. Garth, the province. Garth larger. Not Garth in particular. The concept of the fence, not the actual fence that we build. That we intend to build. The line that's been drawn on the ground where a fence will go. Next year we get to all thing. Later this year we get to all thing. There will be room to discuss something. We have capacity of 1.8 pigeons. The budget can just kind of continue to scrape by on its narrow margins. Little man is clambering, happily wiggling about. And local growth rate often wobbles back down to 1% per year. That will be subject to change by many modifiers. But when it becomes possible, being able to slide a flat plus 1% in there, that will pay off. Find where in the tooltip this is stored. Also to like check if any of the terms and conditions have changed here. Infrastructure building. Can be built if you are at less than 5% of population capacity. And not documented anywhere here. But the second half of the mechanic is it vanishes once you hit 10% population capacity. Be rude to the Burger Prince. He's a good lad. We all expect great things from him. Little man, back on his throne. The lion dormant. Sunlight man. Carrying on with earlier line of thought, yeah, so. Our provinces as they stand. Okay. We get 27. Yeah, most of them are in that vicinity. 20 to 30,000 pop range. Yeah, Altafjord here is a standout. Lower capacity for being very mountainous. Little man has nudged sticks on the controller. The input that Paragames keep insisting on listening to. We can install a settlement anywhere that is less than 1,500 people, for most cases. They will operate until they hit 3,000 in that individual location. Altafjord being the outlier, but also Altafjord being the highest priority of the places I would build up on this side for being our source of wild game. The overall workflow will remain. Build up Garth first. And then allow Garth to pour its surplus population across the line. Alright, what subjects are available for the thing? Officers, army exercises, market, regulation. If we could somehow pass this bill, we could get a free town. This early. That would be wild, and none of the rest of these stand out as useful. Yeah. Subject of debate. Be it decided, what even is a burger? How do we bring burger to the island? Grant an entire privilege to the and focus is free. Aristocracy focus. Bit of a pain point. Still soft power. Demolish the parish church. It will be worth nothing additional. Granting one clerical privilege. Sounds like a good deal. Confirm what that one does. Reduce military obligation. Less clergy levy, less army size overall. Reduced belligerence. Yeah, viable. Tangible. Gretchen? And might soon spend some time walking about. Gretchen? Right, I could probably reach that by nested tooltip. Very good. Now, that immediate 10% hit to nobility, that may cause some secondary problems. And we'll sort that out. Now, we have 70% legislative support for getting a free town in Garth this early. That could swing a lot of things. City of Teeth. Saving 500 cash and all of the other complications of getting the material side of building the town together. Board. There, you require. Stimulum. Man on the move. Oh, nice. Support and prestige. I can transform into tolerating Norse Gale. What if, by order of the crown, town was real? I have returned from the royal court with a stone tablet containing the charter of the town of Garth. Yeah, this is a fresh Greenland, not a continuation of the run of Eld. Many patches have occurred since then. This one's going to the archive. Will be engraved upon the stones. Commemorated forever at Toothhenge. Switch our military cabinet minister to pressuring the rebels. Delay them from popping off. They'll recover a lot of their opinion just while we finish the whole thing. Have extra support to spend on getting the bill completed. Endure another 80 days. deliberation. It was the case at one point during the patch cycle. Interesting times afoot that catastrophic wood shortages would occur. Because the estates would spam structures that consume wood and would not improve wood RGOs or install buildings that upgrade wood production, and would then be unable to do any such things owing to the lack of wood. And someone embezzling pockets full of rocks. Unforgivable. They must face trial by walrus. Yeah, there we go, as expected. Zero presence of any institution, any new institution in our area. We've heard of them. We don't have them here. The All Thing has agreed. Garth is Berg. At 2.5 hours session time. Berg is born. Eventually, Bergman will appear. Once we have promotable people, then we'll be able to make town guilds. It does make the RGO smaller and reduces local population growth. It's no longer rural. We'll still be able to get a lot of teeth production out of Garth. And the other things alongside it. And that seems like a good place to put the first spike in the ground. So green, this land. Not an end of session. Just going to close and reopen the thing to clear cruft from the RAM. An intermission. Contemplate. Celebrate. Look at the ocean. Yell at the ocean. Throw small rocks at the ocean. Not too many, though. You'll need the rest of them later. Whether or not and how well performance would improve for U5 was one of the dread miasmas hanging over me in the current season. Good to see that at least this has turned out pretty okay. and can continue to develop. Probably drop back into the mud a bit once we're deeper into the campaign. Time will tell. Yeah, not that much time needed for the restart either. September 1345. The land so green, safe to approach. There's another on like the performance side of things. Another like well-trodden thing with the engine. That it does a lot of caching and pre-calculating of like... A lot of this underlying math does not change run to run. There's a lot of static values that you can have put together ready to go. So after your like first time startup, subsequent startups can just grab a cached file. Nobles will stabilize again shortly. Give them some years, they'll cool off. Everything cools off. In a whole dime. In a good month. Alright, yeah. Arrival of Age of Renaissance, there's another slice of generic tech tree that opens up. Look this over for priority things. For privileges, more exhaustion, RGO size, food production. Supplies, RGO size in town cities. Literacy. Reduce town costs. Concept of Inquisition law. Advantage. Ah, yes. The times. Rats were discovered. Rats were declared. It's rat season. Yeesh. And then, while over on the other side of things, what do we got? Subject opinion, cost of court, station. Medicine output. Galleys, Navy morale, blockades, parity recovery. Policy cost. Material development time, construction. Port limit. Alright, stand out most valuable thing from this tree. Food production. Tiny bit of passive prestige from denouncing heretics. Or everything to do with saving time on construction. Morale, peasant levies, recovery speed, army initiative. Those are low priority. Prestige from heresy. Literacy, I suppose. There will be more than enough time to fill out all of these before an institution bothers to wash up on our shores. Ooh, state equilibrium. That one should actually maybe be higher up the list. That's fine. Reputation is also useful. Provides us a bit more leverage in building up favors. Throw them all on the pile and they will resolve eventually. Still, the rat situation begins. The island currently contains no rats. The death is all the way over there. Surely, it could never go so far. It's to reach our remote and Greenland. Rats can't swim. Rats can't fly. No one's ever built a catapult large enough to launch a rat from Iceland to us. All the bases are covered. Oh, the silver route is also slowly scraping its way toward being more viable. Eventually, our minting will be an active benefit. Close to breaking even now. Got distracted. It's an even-numbered year. become part of Scotland now. Tag Scotland. Three favors with Scotland. That will take time. Now, backup invitation is from man. Keep the chain unbroken. And once we find that remaining fifth of a pigeon, then we start talking to Scotland about the Isles. Okay. False alarm. Other unrelated illness. It is just the influence, not the death. Merely the common grip. Recovery effort. Oh, also the death is maybe here. A rat was potentially sighted at the harbor. No, the death is not here yet. Okay, those numbers are how many known outbreaks are there? The disaster relief effort of somebody went out to Bjorn and gave him a good bowl of soup. Now he's feeling much better. We are officially disloyal to him. Subject loyalty is one of the things that was made more difficult to maintain as part of how things go from the overlord side of the equation. I wonder how much easier that makes it to make a bid for independence. Still need to create a formalized cause for violence. Imports are still primarily alcohol. Prince Birger. 5 years old. We made this town for him. But enough time. Okay, we already lean attack. Guess we'll stay on that side of the line. It will be a very long time before Greenland ever has to put together a proper military to do anything. Before Greenland is capable of putting together a military to do anything. Check the latest census. We could still just 4 levy. Allegedly, we could support 7 regulars when the smallest squad of regulars is in the hundreds. We could almost put together a 5th of a team of camp followers. There would be no camp for them to follow. Open up your chair to instead install Good Mother, who's been waiting patiently for like a decade. Garth is going to develop so quickly. As an official town? The looming possibility. $2. We spend $2 on relics. Spend 10% of the treasury on relics. This economy? You have relics at home. Yes, from that there are. Jewelry Guild would... Or no, jewelry... No, it needs metal as a base ingredient. And add teeth as an accessory. Yeah, Jewelers Guild would not work out. Tailor's Guild, though. Run those directly on wool. Or as a second step after spinning up regular cloth. We'll be able to barely make weapons by finding a stick to put one of our thousands of rocks on. Tool Guild, you can just sharpen the rocks and have tools. Tools for days. Leather, not so easy to, for want of sand. Wine, we have nothing. Ferment. Distilling, likewise. Carpentry, not really viable. Glass and dye making, not really going to work out either. But we got a couple of options. Berg business. If we could scrounge up, we'd have to run them on imported supplies, but some of the commerce boosting buildings would be put to work as well. Yeah, tools are important. They fuel a lot of other processes. So having a local source of sharp rocks would get a lot done. Also, that means Garth is no longer a place where we can set up most peasant buildings. Our various villages no longer go there, and settlement can no longer go there. Settlements will have to be used to build up everywhere else. Settlements are also made of wood. Now the death has arrived. First rat on the island has been seen. So, does that open up? Opens up some of the buttons I can press. Can't afford any disease control building. Not that there's much in the way of that currently. So, sponsor forgiveness. Use that stability to declare our quarantine. And we'll see how well that does on its own. Official papal agreement. Longer that we're able to endure the presence of the plague, more that our provinces will develop some limited resistance. We have invented the plague doctor. Let them try their best. Yeah, well, we have spent all our efforts concerned about rats. The historians will look back on this and realize that fish also have lice. Plague arrived on Greenland by way of one spiteful crab. Yeah, meanwhile, back on the mainland, plague's doing numbers. land so green. You won't even believe. You'll be blinded by the greenness of the land. So much it shines. In a way that ice doesn't. And when it does eventually become time to start building roads, there's a sizable discount for doing road building during a parliamentary argument about road building. Alright, our local infection is currently over. We got our saints, all in a row. Citizens are advised to construct rows of saintly icons and point them at the sea to project a barrier. To flip you over to doing more development. Stability number is doing okay for now. And it is a very, very slow burn to try and drag our development rating out of the pit. Gradual positive feedback from getting those numbers built up benefits everything. Oh, this time the noble insurgency is even all concentrated out in the extremities. Always a boon for our economy when a storm blows by and just throws an entire whale onto the beach. No further effort needed on our part. Yeah, I've got my favors built up with Scotland. And once more invite the Isle. As long as they exist as a realm, gotta keep tapping into that well. Only after they're depleted, then move on to our other reservoirs. Another wave has arrived. My plans do not include culture flipping. I expect long-term, this Greenland will still lose the race across the sea. Inevitably, some manner of Super Canada will form. And we'll be over here watching it happen. Ready to offer deals on shiny rocks. Ready to sell them teeth. Already gone. Our physical isolation does wonders for enduring the hyper plague. Spin. Farewell, Spin. Attacked by bear. Now let's get the other good mother into the office. I even have mid-mother when good mother's right there. Yeah, I will aim to claim all available space on Greenland itself, including, if necessary, engaging the ritual to seize the mind of the crown. Transfer relevant lands if they try to snipe all of that from me again. Phase 1 is all investing in the RGO. Building up the population necessary to start populating the RGOs. And getting that early town out of Parliament for minimal political cost was a sizable boon. This run's already looking pretty good. Garthburg is healthy and strong. Someday, people will even live in it. The town charter sits alone on a vacant lot. Kill. Oh, you're all we have. Fill the chair. Gil showed up for work alive. What more can be said? Yeah, first we set up an effigy of the town, and we allow the hidden people to live there for 50 years. Only when they are satisfied do we then dare to send any humans into its perimeter. %, plate. In Garthus. Yeah, the only way that the plague gets to us is because I have trade routes running. I'm willing to endure the small hits to population in order to have money. The money is important. We'll put a dent in the graph, but we will endure. $0.15 for a jug of ointment. Do another round of mass forgiveness. Each time that we were able to repel a wave of the plague, those modifiers get reset. Issue a fresh quarantine order. It is killing nobles. It'll take ages before those get replaced. Anger the non-existent burgers and get $1.50. Go through the motions of governing the empty towns. It's the good magic we need in order to drive the plague back into the sea. Noble Insurgency, how are you doing? And if you just kind of hang out for another couple of years, they'll eventually sort themselves out. That was the end of the Age 1 generic tech. Now we're into the Age 2 stuff. Fresh rats! Isolate the infected. Forgive the rats. Perhaps if we simply bribe the rats. Give each a tiny cube of fish. The Earth itself is starting to build up a good amount of... Inevitably, the plague will take its course. There is no negative prestige. Go ahead and bounce off the ground for that. And try to reload my favors with Scotland. Load my favors with Man. One diplomatic action every 4 months. Pretty reasonable pace for what we need to do. Each year, 3 pigeons. And no more. That 1-2 does mean that we're gradually banking stability. You know, there's a coin law now. Kinds of law-related stuff has been built up over the patch cycle. Copper coin. Caught smuggling rats onto the island. Without paying the proper toll. You need to register these rats. Alright, Bradahild is almost ready to start popping off. That you love to see. Any of the food producing provinces starting to properly fill their RGO will mean spend less on food during the winter. And that will support getting everything active that much sooner. Numbered year, we have not enough favor with Scotland yet. We won't be inviting from the Isles. It's time to invite from man. Couple of months. Convene the thing. Little man is here to attend the thing. Good afternoon, sir. Little man approaches the bench. In accordance with the charter, a bill is proposed to Parliament, but it is lunchtime. That in accordance with the ancient laws, the little guy should be served one little man snack. And he is quite right. Let your tiny voice be heard. You address the floor, sir? Very well. To the treasury, wherein the goop. As proper. is set forth. The lad receives his goop. The house contains no rats. Eventually, it's much later before we can invest in art the normal way, so until then, having artists isn't very useful. We don't have road building money right now, so let's go census again. We could get a solid count of how many rats exist in the world. And not to be thrown off course. Most important button to keep pressed. Settler incoming. Hello, sir. You are well stocked for winter? Excellent, sir. He is ready for a voyage. There has been a recent emergence of green upon the land. Snow is melting. All kinds of weird smells hidden under the snow. Waiting for you, sir. It's another 180 people in Broadahill. Another 60, most other places. Call it an average of 250 peasants across the spread here. We're about halfway to RGOs. Building favor with man. Loaded up on favor with Scotland. We're not going to get another invite out of the Isles, barring something to reset our reputation. Start tapping into Denmark. Sweden, and then eventually circle back around to Norway. Norway, from whom we invite Icelanders. The eventual end game of our migration plan. Good that we've managed to get so much done. Off of the Scots. Might get one more invite out of man before running out of favor capacity. Census successful. The numbers are in and up to date. The names of all the families are on the slab. Each year, each household can be afforded their share of the teeth. Oh, we're breaking even on the silver imports, and now minting is... It's a penny a month, but it's our penny. We made it here. Safe to say we won't be trying to gather any other favor from Scotland then. Our relationship with the Isles would only be renewed if they become independent or if they become subject to a different crown. Yeah, if we'd had to import this penny from overseas, 20 men would have died on the voyage. Little man getting all comfortable. Reclining. Entrenching. We could become an official rival of Scania. Looking at you. Wait, hold on. Let's become Scania is independent right now. No, they're subject to Denmark. All right. Still within the normal framework for favor management, then. Which culture do we have present over here? Mostly Danish. Entirely Danish. We're good for another invite from Man. We'll continue to work with Man for as long as viable. We are currently free of plague. How's the rest of millions dead? Deaths ongoing, but seems to have left a portion of the world known to us. Out there running up the scoreboard in India. A little bit of sunlight left, sir. Yours for the taking. Yeah. Good lounging spot. All for you. Check the board here on the Some Years' War. England with 4 out of 21 of its objectives. France with 119 out of 230. 191 out of 230 of theirs. Going about as expected. Man looking at the screen. Thank you, King Magnus, for being so firm. Never have we seen so sturdy a man. Need to delay these rebels. Ought to disperse soon. oil again if they get above 20. New heresy has dropped. Guys have found a way to make an even weirder looking cross. Scholar is baffled. Scholar is enraged. Man learning how to centralize power? How to challenge the authority of the crown? Very good, sir. Prestige detected. Anything pressing to spend? Got my tolerance for Norse. Death officially concluded. War ongoing. 9,000 people died. Meaning nobody died. We're fine. Be sure that people write that down over and over again, that our land was never touched by plague. You should live here. Plague-free. Start of another even-numbered year. More we will invite the men of man. Women of man. The little of men. Little man has mastered many stances. Knows many stuff. You know, the numbers around these needs for pops, some of them have drifted down a bit, so the merchants must be occasionally diverting a bit of trade capacity, bringing in a consumer good. Local pop growth at around 0.8. Here. Do have that persistent +1 a month now. The probability cloud of provinces that will gain 1 pop by internal means in a month. Once we actually start producing teeth at volume, then the tooth export can truly begin. Noble taxes are only 2 cents overall, so let's just briefly do a little tax cut until they stop complaining. Then put the taxes back afterward. Oh man, shift in position. Reverse direction. There we go. Put face in sunlight. Excellent use of positionings. Yes, that puts them both on course to resume being loyal. I can flip you back. Element. On Heriolf. Rebellion disbanded. Taxes immediately restored. on the ledger and its population tab. That has the data I want. $400 people over there. 325 over there. 2092 up here. Overall spread pretty even. Bradahild, our largest single location in terms of head count. %60 of the way to the magic number, to the tipping point, where all of Garth's RPOs will be collecting people. At which time, invitation will still continue to slam into Garth only. But some internal migration will start to spill over. Particularly, I had a feeling that the first settlement we would build would be at Kettlesfjord. Well, no, not this. Althfjord. To target population growth on the hunting ground. And then once the hunting ground is active, leveraging that to spread out and hit other locations. Little man nudged either of the sticks out of their neutral location. There we go. Yeah, Wood Village are more likely way to make leather than the town leather guild. First building is still make the mason shop somewhere. Or no, this runs on raw stone as well. Maybe this element is the trick. Well, this is also made of mason, so yes. Still make the mason shop somewhere. Probably Vatnav. Or, since my rural places will want more of their laborers to be in the RGOs. Yeah, the mason shop might belong in town. It gets the synergy bonus. Down. Or no, the one that would be built in town doesn't. Well, there we go then. Putting it back in location anyway. Yeah, the synergy bonus applies to the entire province. Make thematic sense to group them together. Or I could focus on placing rural industries in the fishing ports, because fish will be overabundant anyway. Look, they are bubbling up out of the sea. Fish. With knives. With guns. Fish with teeth. That's opportunity. To emerge to a land so green. The land is peaceful. Its inhabitants too cold to be irate. They would fight you, but it would mean going outside. You've arrived on Greenland, there is no escape. Your wages will be paid in teeth. Your taxes can be paid in teeth. Life is better here. For the weighted random nature of our migration. Hild has already been running hot. They simply accumulate. Another dozen successful hits. Then it begins. Clergy can take a step back. Clergy can cool it. It's what we do here on the island. Right, make one last attempt to collect favors from man. They're probably also close to their limit. More favors to be had with Scotland. If they are done, then Denmark will be next on the list of things to invite from. Denmark, then Sweden, then finally Norway to invite from Iceland. Crossed a lot of the necessary distance using the Scott scale. Very effective leveraging of that resource pool. And the other thing to look out for would be if, say, Gotland rebelled and became independent for a while. Then I'd be able to invite from them. Or any other portion of these realms that manages to rebel. Oh man, in that deep sleep. Dreams of teeth. He's almost done with teeth. By the end of the month, all of his teeth should be in place, according to schedule. And here, 4 hours into the session, just as well reiterate, reintroduce to those arriving. This is Europa 5. Next of the most recent of the big map games. Paradox Interactive. Set from the post-medieval to the pre-industrial. It's got good bones. Scania just changed color. Scania is no longer my rival. Scania has become independent. Let's mend some bridges then. And see, you've recently become greener. Might I interest you in a land most green? What if I told you of a place where you could have ice in your drink at any day of the year? Wouldn't that be worth getting on a ship with your entire family? Sailing for 5 months? Never turning back? Of course it would. Get in the boat. Bring your sheep. Man will not be available. Tag. India now is a place of interest. The next invite goes to Denmark. I'll start building the favor with Scania after the invite. I do not have the pigeon to spare, and it's important to have unbroken uptime. Yeah, when I say bring your sheep, I mean I have already taken your sheep and packed them on the boat. Because you're agreeing to get on the boat, right? If you want your sheep, they're on the boat. The boat will be in Greenland. You like seals? We have seals. You like seal. You'll learn to like seal. Perfectly smooth dog. Dog of the sea. Not to be confused with the lion of the sea. $350 in Falsey now. Also $350 in Einer's Fjord. Things are building up pretty good. There's still the indent left by the plague when Garther itself. And from the localized light cut to population growth from not being rural. That will change. Yes, so now, favors. Buddy up with another realm. Once we have the favors with them, they will be the next top priority invite target. Man, then Scania, then Denmark. Relationship with the Isles likely over. Actually, hold on. We have 2 favors there, and cannot generate more. Okay, our work with man is done. Our work with the Isles is done. And that time we've managed to scrounge together 37 coins. By the time there are people to work at the mason's shop, we may, in fact, have the money to build the mason's shop. Then be an immense boon. Spending slightly more on pigeons. Suddenly have quite a bit of mail to send. Facilitate. Project. And okay. That prestige available. Officially tolerate Denmark. Brother Hill. Yeah, welcome aboard, Erky. How is our overall religious pool doing? 98 influence. 2/3 of the saint. Another fine strategic reserve. Everyone is duly instructed on how to recognize the good bones and set them aside to be properly counted and indexed. We have patrols out there on the rocks every day, hoping to find a walrus that resembles the Sacred Virgin. Sure, the Pope will want to hear about this. We've explained the possibility to the Pope in many letters. Okay, so opinion of me, how much of that is residue from the rivalry? The influence of the rivalry is basically gone. No. Don't even particularly need to be boosting opinion. That's all reasonably sorted out. How about this war thing? Lines have not shifted. It seemed to be taking a while. Call the thing. Okay, a discounted building. Still one I would have to pay for. And provide material for that I don't have. No granary. Officer list meet. Army exercises. Promote a burger. Course Cathedral. That's what we're missing. More stats for Goodwood. Or more stats for Gil. Gil is reasonably popular. I wouldn't need to put any pressure on the scales. Sure. Who wants to show up and vote for Gil? We'll go in turn to each member of the council and order them to say one nice thing about Gil. Current King of France. He is a Valois. King of England is plant. Bonus food. Fish to sustain us to the end of time. You have another 3 months to figure out nice things to say about Gil before the results will be finalized. Well, man, do you appreciate Gil? You tolerate Gil? Very good, sir. Our handsome prince. Look, he's like twice as skilled as his father. The entire settlement of Petersburg got together and agreed to be nice to Gil. They made you the warm soup. Be it resolved. Gil is okay. Gil of Garter, he's alright. He could be worse. He shows up. $425. Alright, fair enough. Norway is poor. Better to have the long-term support of bodies and boots. Another 75 people in Brada Hill. Found another 2 coin behind a rock. Now that's governance. And consult the concept of a burger here. 300 burgers could appear even without a building to work in. Once promotions happen, that will happen. Then burgers will use their innate trade capacity to also start doing more arbitration between our market and the neighbors. They're even numbered here. Will you be ready to invite? 4.5. A quarter favor a month. Able to dip into them. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah, the prince is already in most respects an upgrade over his father. Good times to follow. The realm is thriving. Don't worry about it. Flow is sustained. Another couple of years of migration, the reactor will be online. first very mild preliminary stage of the reactor. "25 years of dedicated effort to get just the lightest of embers going on the tinder. Then another 25 before we can even think about the kindling." So long as we endure. Hundreds of years from now, there will be a grand, roaring, mid-sized campfire where one could thaw a soup. Such is the dream of Greenland. Alright, we have our favors charged with Denmark again. A quantity inclination, meaning 10 soldiers could exist now. They would all need to be on the same side of the Civil War. But those 10 guys could decide a battle. Five more hits and Bradahild makes it. Hello, sir. Checking in. Have good snacks, sir? Fine work as always. Windowsill still has some sunlight left for you. The daylight was carefully saved. Back on deck. Welcome back, sir. spice. The spice must flow. Saffron on fish. Government. Can't be out here causing trouble. Government. Who do I have in the wings to replace you? Who is good at admin? We got some guys. All right. Turkey, welcome aboard. Turkey, powerful clown. The tax jester has an excellent record. Little guy sniffing around. I agree, it's a very interesting surface. You'll get to know it very well. Gentle. Tiny Jarl. $460. 4 more hits on Brother Hill. Big sheep can begin. Someday we'll spin our own cloth. The greenest cloth in the land. Dyed with real moss. 15 cents a month. More pennies in a month than we used to make in a year. Time of unrestrained prosperity. current things on the process monitoring side. RAM usage is back up to 11, but it seems to hold pretty steady at 11. It's not like a linear growth over time. More thresholds that it gradually steps up to. And CPU demands. Staying pretty steady. Naturally spiking a bit higher at end of month and end of year. When it's time to do the big math. Tiny, isolated spike in banking knowledge. The armies is actually starting to osmose its way up. Renaissance is not. Institutions map mode somewhere, right? Okay, that provides the same information I would have gotten off of the panel. Banking very concentrated in North Italy and the Mediterranean right now. Renaissance also. Professional armies is successfully. Meritocracy, what even is that? No way to know. Government operated by the most skilled? Isn't that already the king? If he weren't the firmest man, why would he not be? Why would he be on the throne? If a more sturdy man existed, surely he would claim the chair. Okay, you've been here how long and already? Already you do this? Well, okay, it's alright. Bag in. And the silver import is profitable now as well. Looking good. Minting and taxes are kind of covering our static expenses. Treasury all comes from trade surplus. We start actually producing any volume of goods. Surplus can grow ever higher. Drive in another even numbered year. Do another invite. Someday the commoners will have money. That'll be wild. What an age. True rebirth of the world. Would allow the volume for this to be a bit high. I mean, fond memories of on release when the orchestra died of frostbite. Only the occasional sad, lonesome hoot. The ghost of a horn could be heard. The company has maintained a good track record of choosing solid tracks to listen to for 4,000 hours. $500 peasants. 500 peasants. It's happened. Promotions! Laborers, soon. Two internal population growth per month. Positive feedback begins. Gathering of resources will follow. Real tax base, made of materials.
Beep.
Within years. Could be done. There are currently no weather systems. Weather does not exist. Too cold for weather. I'm thinking of it now. Far enough up here to be visible. Yes, the nobles also purchase some shavings of silver alongside the treasury. So that's also helping to placate the nobles. They have shiny rocks to look at. Okay, just also have it in mind from materials used for RGO development. Were changed a bit at some point in the patch cycle, so mostly depend on wood. They removed some of the RGO demand for tools. Yeah, it's just all wood for RGO buildup. We have to reach a point where we can viably import a steady stream of wood. It does also nicely direct our priorities. That for now, this 1,000 people in each RGO is a pretty hard cap. Particularly with that, the plan still follows that it starts with masonry. Because with just masonry, I can build villages. And I need the masonry anyway to build settlement. Rocks will give rise to construction-grade rocks. Einer's Fjord, also almost ready. The available population bucket here of spaces for peasants to slide into. 100 in Garthern. 50 in Dyern, another 80. Falsey. Another 70 in Vat Aberdeen. That's 240 migrants per invite cycle. This is all getting ready to pay off. Where the invites continue. We get these RDOs full. And also have some villages running on the side. Next year is the next thing. Alright, there we go. Metric I was fishing for earlier, and I didn't slide a decimal far enough in the right place previously. I guess for every 1,333 people we have on hand, we'll be getting another person per month. Lines up with what's already there. So the next jump will be at 4K. Invite chain will continue. Scania. It has begun. Additional labor. Power of sheep. And this is making its way up to nearly 5 hours on the ice. Five hours greener than we once were. War were declared. Okay, Sweden is putting down a rebellion. Not a proper war. The usual byproduct of a royal union. Yeah, if there are burghers back there in the old countries dissatisfied with their lot in life, have you considered your land isn't green enough? There's a perfectly good burg right over here. Rocktown could use a new mayor. It could be you. Nice. Love to see those benefits. That is the cash on hand to make the mason shop. Lock that in. In a couple of years, there will even be people to work in it. That opens up all manner of additional structure. Alright, other end of day business is starting to come up. So we'll just get this last invite secure, and then the land will be green. Green enough for one round. How it goes.